Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon. And been pretty busy here, and lots of volatility in the market. We're going to do something a little different today. Our week was good. We had a good week. Didn't trade as much as you would have thought. We had an excellent Sunday, and for the rest of the week, we tried to really press it and to break out and do something exceptional. Our beginning balance, I should have put in here, our beginning balance, I neglected to do that, was 40,000. Let me go ahead and just make a note of that so you have a beginning point. So a very, very good week. At this point on Friday, it is maybe we play, or don't play. Usually try not to play, but we're going to do something a little different today, and that is we're going to try to put a little icing on the cake, and but we don't want to give too much back, right? So we never know the outcome, right? We never know, what we're going to do here. Hopefully, I don't embarrass myself, but I'll show you what we're going to do. We're going to do a little scalping here. So weekly beginning balance, and of course, they're bouncing the market, right? Right. No, not a big surprise there. 40,000, and that was Sunday at 6 p.m. Now, we didn't trade, every minute of every day, right? We didn't. You don't have to do that, right? And then once you punch up, then you have a decision to make. Do I even want to play? Do I want to? So we'll play, but there's no way in hell that we're going to give back all that profit, right? And then we will resume again next week. Are we broadcasting? Yes, we are. Okay, we're up. Yes. All right. So I had to do a little double take here. All right. So let me show you what's going on here. All right. So amazing, right? Absolutely amazing. I want to show you something that our members would have seen last night. And let me just also retweet. If you push the notification buttons, you'll know that we're up, and we'll post. Okay, so we're going to do some automated scalping here in a moment. And let me just get orientated here. All right, so we'll just look very, very quickly here. The VIX at 35 minutes past midnight, she starts turning down. 35 minutes past midnight. That's 12:35 a.m. Look at the ES. 40 minutes. 40 minutes past midnight. 5 minutes later. $5,700. What? NQ. 40 minutes past midnight. 9,615. YM. 45 minutes past midnight. What? 5 grand. Russell. 30 minutes past midnight. So what is that? That is rigging. Absolutely rigging. That is the Swiss National Bank. That is, the hedgies doing what they do. Right? Nobody's up. The whole East Coast, the whole American population, they're in bed. Or they're going to bed. That's right, out in the West Coast. Right? How does it do that? It's machined. It's algorithms. It's always been machined. It's always been that way. And you now have a glimpse of it, and you have the capacity to play. So let's just do this, right? Now, what I do want to show you, now we could start ordering here in a minute. I'll show you the program, but I do want to show you something that we showed our members last night. So, yes, I don't understand, Don. You say, well, I got short. Yeah, you got short in the hole. Let me show you the VIX. See the daily VIX? All right, the daily VIX is at 80. Last night, where was the VIX? It was in Euphoria. That's where it was. Where was the daily market? The daily market was in panic. Euphoria and the market on a daily was in panic. That hear what I say, is not where you want to initiate a short position. However, that's what retail traders do. They get short in the hole because they chase. They chase low, they chase high. Now, this is just, sorry, Gracie, a dead cat bounce in our view. VIX is still very, very high. Now, if we were to get up above 69.37 and close above it, well, then maybe. Or get below 1905, but I don't think so. I don't think so. And the NASDAQ was in the exact same position. This is a beautiful tool for doing this sort of thing so that you know where you are on the field. Now, when you go into Q School, the first few days, we will be giving you a full in-service on how we use Swing Machine, right? Can't get fully into it on YouTube, a little more difficult. But, all right, so I want to slide over here, though, because we're going to do some. So this is where we are, right? And we were trading what we call Point and Figure Classic. We got a program that's got a timer, and it's going to start, hopefully, fingers crossed, going to start trading at noon. And I'm going to show you the parameters. So give me a minute. But I just want you to know there's a timer on it. You don't see any trades here, but at noon, she's going to start trading with the specs that I did. Now, I don't know what the outcome's going to be. Right? I don't. Right? So don't get discouraged. Don't get euphoric. Don't, also too, I've got a lot of wood in this trade. This is a very volatile market. It's a pretty leveraged market, silver. There are other markets that you don't have to be as leveraged, including even the NASDAQ. But this one's got some, some juice to it. And this is a micro contract, by the way, a micro. The initial margin necessary to trade this is about $9,000. Usually it's about half of that, but I think they have even suspended the margin or the intraday margin. I'm not sure. I'm not 100% on it. It doesn't matter to us because it's transparent. It's not. It is transparent to us. It's just. We have plenty of capital, is what I mean. So it's not an issue. And that's what you ideally want. Now, if you're over leveraging a small account, then it is an issue, and that's going to be a bigger issue. All right, so let me get this teed up here. I want to show you something. All right, so I have another screen that we're managing. Ooh, Donald, did I not turn this on? Okay, I got to get this turned on. I agree. Let me make sure I got this turned on here. Okay, it's on. All right, and this will all be auto, and I won't be doing any. All right, so fingers crossed. But let me show you the kinds of controls that we have on this strategy. All right, let me bring this into view. You see this? Okay. This is a program that we have written, right? And this is available to you. Maybe I should, in case we get in order here. All right. This is something called Point and Figure Chipper. Now, this is meant to be run for short periods of time. It is a scalping strategy. Just to give you an idea, it has a timer switch. We turned it to true, so it's on. It has a start time. We set it at noon, so it won't start until noon. All right, so let's see if we. All right, so we may have missed an order here, but we'll see. Right now, I didn't vet this here, and I haven't run this in a little bit, so hopefully I don't have any issues. But we'll see. If I do, I do, and I'll hopefully clear it up. We're running it long and short. I could put in a trade counter. I have it set as false to trade X number of trades in a session. So, but I left it false. So you say like, I don't want to trade more than 5 times or 10 times. We can do that. It has a daily profit objective. So I put in the daily profit objective here. Now this isn't super precise because it's precise but not super precise, and And the reason for that is how we code it, and we don't want it to be chewing up our processor. So it's pretty precise, but it could be, we might make 2300 or 2400. Um, it doesn't mean that we're going to, but if it does get over 2 grand, it will stop trading. I put a daily loss objective in here, and it's minus 1,000. Now I might adjust this, right? But I don't want to, commit too much. We'll see. I also put in a percent trailing. Let's look here. So percent trailing, and I have it's in boxes, 3 boxes. That's the floor. Once it hits 3 boxes, which would be $300, then it'll trail 50%, and then also a profit target I said is true, 10 boxes, which would be 1,000. Stop loss I didn't put in because the way this tool works, long and short, I feel as though I don't need a stop loss. It's going to be pretty active. All right. So that gives you an idea of the types of controls that we can build into just about anything and everything, including your own ideas, right? You may have an idea, and all of these things matter, right? The time, long, short, so it gives you an idea, right? And you might set it up something entirely different. It might even be the same program, but it could be a different market, could be, or you may choose to set it up different. All right, so we're going to slide this over. Now, so we should see some orders here starting to come through. This is where we be. And so we'll see it together. So my fingers are crossed. I hope I don't embarrass myself. I hope, number one, it does what I expect it to do, and I don't have any issues. So I don't think so. I think we're good. And she's going to be pretty active for this period of time. So she's set to trade between noon, which we're past noon now, and 3. And we should get some trades. I didn't put a trade counter in. I could have. And but if we make over 2 grand, she's going to shut down. If we lose a grand, she's going to shut down. And then we can decide from there what if anything we want to do, right? So it can give you some pause. Also, like you might put on a program and, maybe you're going to be away and something could really happen in the market, like start firing away really fast. Maybe, God forbid, something happens in the world. It can be good to put on a trade counter. So you can say, all right, during this period of time, I'd expect maybe that I get 10 trades. So you say, if it trades more than 10 times, don't trade anymore, just in case something, crazy goes on, and so if it trades, more than 10, it will stop trading. That makes sense? All right, so we'll let you watch, and we'll bounce back and forth. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Absolutely beautiful. Now, if you got short in the hole yesterday, and see, this is the thing. I'm happy to answer any questions on this. Let me go back here so I can see if we have any questions. When you put trades on, you've got to have an expectation of or a mapping out of what it is you're doing. Now, so as take this as an example. Tomorrow isn't going to matter, right? Well, tomorrow's Saturday anyways, but I'm expecting to trade from noon to 3, hopefully sooner, and it's going to do what it's going to do, and it's mapped out. It is mapped out. Where people get in trouble is where the market, turned down the last couple of days and then, turned down hard yesterday. And they see the big red candle, and then they go and they look at the Twitter sphere and they see something or read something really bad, and okay, this is the big one, and they come in with leverage, or they come in with options, and they put a huge amount of money on there. They don't give themselves enough time. It's only for a few days. Maybe they don't understand how options are priced, that sort of thing. And then we get a bounce like today. And they get all pissed. And, which doesn't serve any purpose. They get PO'd with the market, um, and they have a drawdown. They lose money. They take their trade off because they don't have enough time. It's not properly mapped out. They now don't have any confidence. They have doubt, and then no sooner than they take it off or they take the lump. The market then goes down and I would have, could have, should have, would have, and get caught in that sort of game. So we work with everybody individually during the Q schools, discussing this sort of thing day in, day out, whether it's intraday, whether it's a swing trade, whether it's an option trade, whatever it is, in talking through the mechanics of what we're doing and how you can map out your trade and get yourself, plenty of time. There are some times with options you want to have, plenty of time, and there are other times when you want to have short time frame. So the big trade yesterday would have been, and that's why we get the bounce. They would have come in with what is called zero DTEs, and so they would have got hundreds of millions of dollars, maybe billions of dollars, right? And they come in at the end of the day yesterday with call options on the S&P and on all these markets that expire today. Today. Highly leveraged. Nobody's buying them. Everyone's bearish. And they come in with huge leverage. And then around midnight, their other accounts, these are huge hedge funds, they start buying up the futures. Right? Thinly, it's in the midnight, and we're gonna gap the markets is what they're gonna do. And then as they gap up like this, what are they doing? They're closing out the zero DTEs. And in some instances, they may have doubled or tripled. They've made hundreds and hundreds of millions, billions of dollars. You only have to get rich once, right? Now, I don't suggest anybody do that. I mean, one is they're playing with other people's money, right? They are. Michael Saylor, he's playing with other people's money, and he's got enough, but he doesn't put everything. He says he does, but they don't. They don't. They hedge, and they got professional hedges. Still, we haven't had any orders here, right? And we'll see what when this thing tees off. We haven't had any. I wouldn't have expected any, but on the next column down, we should get an order. So we'll see, right? So you've got to map out now. Could and did we most certainly had members that saw that the VIX was in euphoria, that the market was in panic. They're aggressive traders. Sure, they could have come in. They could have come in with options for today. I mean, that would have been okay. They wouldn't have been that expensive. Would have been okay. We would have teach probably at minimum, probably take it out to Friday, but probably not 30 days because, quite frankly, we still think that, as you can see on Swing Machine, on the S&P and on the Nasdaq, there's been a significant break in the market, and we got other tools telling us that we're still headed down, but we're in down trends. You can get these vicious bounces. In fact, we've been in a bull market really, with the exception of COVID and a couple of times, really for about 15 years. And during bearish markets, which are, like '08, that really wasn't a bear because, it was percentage wise, but it was over before it started. But like the .com was a 2.5 year endeavor, bear market. And we get the most vicious rallies during bearish phases. You can, so you got to be careful about getting in one camp. Super bullish, super bearish. We don't, right? We want to be able to go left. We want to be able to go right. We want to be able to play. We want to be on the balls of our feet. We don't want to be pre-committed. All right, so we're going to let you watch, and we should, if this reverses here, unlike the earlier program, it wouldn't have traded, but this we should see a trade. We should. And if we don't, then I got issues and I'll have to take a peek at it, but I think we should. And I think we're teed up. Any questions, let us know. And again, we just want to put on a little icing, and we also wanted to show you something a little bit different. Now, could we have been scalping this and doing this like all week? Yeah, we could have, I mean, it's kind of like playing golf with a 9-iron, but I was playing for kind of, the opportunity that we got on Sunday. It happened to come on Sunday that we got the bulk of our profits on Sunday on this particular market, on this particular view, and on the particular strategy that we're running. And we have others, right? Probably could have done, better. And what do we see up here? The machine is telling us, on a point and figure that we're in an uptrend, that we're on offense. We are. We do see the resistance level here, right? So she's bumping her head here. If we do get above it, she could continue to run. We can see the support level down here, right? And we should get this order in here. If she reverses, then we'll know she's working. Bingo, there it is. Okay. So, now this thing has tools on it, and one of being a big fat profit target, and it also has a trailer on it, and it's also prepared to go the other way. So in essence, it has a stop. So and it also has if it loses more than $1,000 on me, she'll stop trading, and I would have to either allocate more capital or make a decision what I might want to do. And right now, I'm not sure that I want to do much more than that, but we'll see. Now, I can still intervene with the strategy. I could. In this particular strategy, I don't have to, ordinarily, and it's good customary practice that if you intervene on a strategy, that you reset the strategy, recalibrate it. On this particular strategy, we don't have to do that, which is kind of nice. So if I come in and choose to mechanically scalp it before it's prepared to do that, I will let you know. Otherwise, we'll just let her run, and we'll see how we go. And I could have set the time, at 1 o'clock. I mean, this is something you could do for, honestly, I mean, this is a type of strategy on the right market. You could run this for just an hour. Just an hour. Make your money and go to something else. If anyone has any questions, I probably should put a little note in the box here. If somebody says, like, that doesn't understand what we're doing. So I'll write a little note here that we are running a scalping. Can't see it. Strategy. Now, once she gets up $300, we are guaranteed to make money. But underneath 300, we could still lose. We could be up. So you could, right? We are running a scalping strategy. So I just want everyone to know, like, if you wanted to, I'm going to choose not to here. But if you wanted to take your $55, you could take it. All right, so maybe you could play along at home. You say, you know what, Don? I see 110 up there. If I had this on my desktop, I'm taking the $100. You go ahead and write it down. Don't come back in. You got to wait. You got to wait. You'll have to wait for the next one. I'm going to choose to let the tools play out for better or for worse. I'm going to be okay. I'm going to have a good profitable week. It's not going to bum me out, right? It's not going to, we are running does it make sense? And so I just want you to know, right? And this is where, trader A could have this outcome and trader B could have this outcome. I mean, how come that thing isn't, there it is. Okay, we are running a scalping strategy. Okay, so she just reversed course, okay, and she booked a loss of 218.60. Still underneath our threshold, but she's not long. I didn't do that. The machine did that. Now, one of the things that I might have in mind, right? I've allocated $1,000 for this, but this is all scalable. I just want you to know that. I mean, you could allocate $100, right? There's certain limits. You can't get too close. But one of the things that I could do, knowing where I am, and this is where how you play golf might be different than how I play golf, right? But I might let the machine try to do its thing, and then but if the machine puts me down like $500, knowing that my threshold is 1,000, then what I might do on a scalping strategy like this, if I'm down, I won't do it here at 218, but I might do it at 500. And what I might do is if in the if that was to happen on the third order, like if I have a winning trade of 300, I might arbitrarily go in and grab that money just to flatten out my score here a little bit, right? So this is the one time, like when we're scalping like this for short periods of time, that I'm a little bit more aware of the money, not on each individual trade per se, but I'm aware of my money position here when I started. Does that make sense? So it's kind of like being out on a golf course, and in my fantasy mind thinking, that I'm playing with out on the PGA Tour. Am I going to be aware of my score on every single shot if I was a professional golfer? Probably not, right? Probably wouldn't want to be doing that. Would I want to be aware of where I am, after the third hole, fourth hole, fifth hole? Personally, I would. However, there are many professional golfers that they don't. Like, they don't even look at the score. They don't even supposedly, they don't even look at the score. They don't look at the scoreboard until the end of the day. Um, that would have to be, that's kind of an individual thing. Does that make sense? We'll let you watch. All right, so we'll see how we do. Now, this particular strategy isn't the smartest strategy in the box. It isn't. But I wanted to show you. It's pretty simple, and but it can be made a whole lot smarter. Whether or not it's necessary is another thing, but it could be. You could do all kinds of things, right? All kinds of things. One of the things that we can do is we have tools that can build in. So you see like these swing highs and these swing lows. Like maybe you only want to play when you're up here, and when you're in the middle, you don't want to play, right? As an example, we can build in what we call proximity fuses, so that when the price action gets close to something, it will send you an alert. Maybe you program that alert to go to your phone, because maybe, I don't know, maybe it's an hourly clock, or an hourly signal, and you want to know on an hourly basis when the price action of Apple gets to a certain place. Well, how the hell are you going to know? I mean, you're going to sit in front of a screen and for hours and hours on end, waiting for that particular condition? No, no. We get the computers to do it. And we can do that. You can do that sort of thing. That's what I mean by maximizing one's time. Okay, so she's still bumping her head up here, but the program is doing what we asked it to do, and we'll see how it plays out, for better or for worse. We do these YouTube sessions not to prove an outcome, not to suggest that this is for everybody. It isn't. We know that. Um, but we do it to show you what's possible. It's also to show you what you're up against. Right? And when I described what happened yesterday with the zero DTEs, and then the capital that came in right after midnight, and we see that a lot too, by the way. They put the East Coast to bed after 11:30, and around midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, boom, they'll hit a particular market. That's not bullshit. That's market manipulation at its best. I mean, look at what happened with silver, right, this past week. Did anybody say anything? I mean, we saw $10 trillion of market capitalization on silver stolen from the market. It went from 121 down 30-40%. I know that's bullshit. You know that's bullshit. Everybody knows that's bullshit. But did anybody say anything? Did CNBC? Did Donald Trump come out and say, no, no? They're the ones who did it. They're the ones who did it. You know, the government entities, they have their own NGOs, They didn't get hurt. I hate to say it. I mean, Biden was making his millions and billions doing his thing, and the Trumps are making their millions and billions doing their thing too. I mean, they probably were on the other side, for God's sakes, I mean, here's a little, hey Baron, here's a little, here, go out, and make yourself some, a couple 100 million chump change. But nobody says a word, right? Nobody. No investigations, no, none of that. No. So, are the markets rigged? Yes. But let's just stay on the side of being rigged. If we can just aim small, miss small, get our shots, get our opportunities. Let's not get, now if you get over leveraged, you over leverage. We're not. We're saying with the same leverage that got us here this week, we didn't lever up. I didn't, hey, let's play with 5 more or 10 more. Let's just hit them this one time. Because it'll be that one time, that this bitch, crate is out or something. Not likely, but it's possible. So we stay, well, we have a professional golfer in our midst, and he would say, aim small, miss small. I really like that expression, and that's basically what we're doing, right? All right, so the machine is doing what we asked it to do. It started when we wanted it started. Had I gone out to the mailbox and taken Ted out for a walk, I would have expected the machine to start trading. I can get up from the desk. I can, get on a treadmill. I can go to the mailbox. I can take Abby or Ted out for a leak or something, I can do fairly comfortably. Am I gonna go sit by the pool? Well, I'm not gonna sit by the pool today. It's pretty cold. But am I gonna go golfing for 4 or 5 hours and then come back? Probably not. That's not something I'm going to do. Now, sometimes I will, but it'll be something that's running really slow. And then I also have Susie that can, monitor things for me, right, as well. And I do for her as well. So, but we're not suggesting that a person routinely, put these programs on and routinely just, leave the house, leave the office, and just let it run blindly. Even on an overnight basis, I have alerts that can go to my phone, wake me up if necessary, and still. So just just an FYI. The programs themselves will not automatically make you successful. We're not suggesting that, but what they will do is hopefully is make you consistent and guarding you against that negative outlier, right? See, somebody came in and bought silver at $120 an ounce. Somebody did that. They bought the SLV. They couldn't stand it anymore. They put $100,000 of their retirement money in there. They set a stop at 115 or something, and the stop got missed, and they lost 30 or 40% of their account. That is a negative outlier. That will break your balls. It break anyone's balls. Have I experienced that sort of thing? Yes. Years ago, decades ago, right? Do I experience them now? No. Do not put myself in that position. Always guarding. Always guarding. Utmost respect for these bastards, right? All right, so I won't. Let's just slide over here while this is doing its thing. And yeah, this crazy. Oh my goodness. It's exactly what they've done. And then what will happen is then all the stock pimps will be out today on CNBC. Oh, I told you, see, Judge Wapner, the guy with the big black glasses. You're going to buy the dip. You're going to buy the dip. And, I think it's going to be a buying opportunity. And they'll suck them in again. And they'll suck them in and they'll take them down. Now, I do think because of where we are and we got good visualization on it, that probably, sometime next week. I don't think, I could be wrong, but I don't think we're going. Those markets are going back up to the highs to break out and go to new ground. But it's possible, it's possible. And the machines are the machines in terms of, they just going out and they're seeking buyers. Like even this thing that we're looking at right now. I mean, we can see it. There's nothing magical about, this level here. It's just that the machine is looking for buyers. And if we get above here, then it'll keep going up as long as there are buyers there. Right? All right. So this is what I mean. All right. I'm going to probably do this. It's going to, all right. Well, no, I won't. Okay, because I want you to see as much as I can see. But let me describe this to you. We've been running for the time we've been running. I'm down to 18. I know that, right? If I take this trade, I can clean up that drawdown and put me up 200. So sometimes I will do that. Right? Sometimes they'll do that. So most of the time, I'm not aware of the money on an individual trade, but I'm aware of that. So that's what I wanted you to kind of get an appreciation for. But what I also want you to see here, there's another parameter in here. Remember I said we set the trailer at 3 boxes. So let's see if we can slide this up here so we can see them. So 1, 2, 3, right? 3. So it has triggered, that trailer is triggered. So if it comes back 50%, that's where we had it at 50%, it would take the profit. So I saw a high water mark, I think of about 400. For some reason, we can't see it there. I blocked it out there, that number 4, this thing up here. But if we come back about, and it won't be precise, won't be like to the very penny, but it'll be very close, right? It'll be very close. But if we come back about 50%, and there it is. Okay, so that's what triggered that. Do you see that? And there it is, the trailing stop. So it got above $3. It actually got to 4, but it came back more than 50%, and it took us out. And you know what? I'm okay with that. Now, we could have, if we opted to take it mechanically, yeah, we would have been up 200, but it captured about, half of it, and that cleaned up our loss. And so we're positive $10.20. And I haven't mechanically intervened at all. Makes sense? That's this particular program. But again, and I'm just showing you or demonstrating, the types of controls that we can, build into anything and everything, including swing machine, right? Including swing machine. And that's why it's not really possible to say like, well, what would the results have been for like the 5 minutes silver, I mean we can show that, but I mean you may put different parameters on your programs, and those parameters will impact, the slightest little thing will impact the result, at least the back test. And it doesn't necessarily, but even when it comes to a back test, that doesn't necessarily mean that's what you're going to do in the future either. It's just a guide. So we've been running for 30 minutes, and that's where we'll be. We're up $10. So we'll see if we can pick off a few more and answer any questions. Pretty boring. Pretty boring. What would you do? Now, imagine for a moment, maybe you have the capital, maybe you have the time, maybe you have the skill set. Maybe you got 5 of these markets doing this. And maybe one goes off and the other goes off, and then maybe one goes off and the other goes off, and boom, you make your X amount of money for the day, and then boom, shut everything down, and you're done. And come back and do it again the next day. Any questions, you let us know. Okay, so there's the next trade. And we'll run this, we'll let it run its course. Now, once it gets above, in this case, 300, three boxes, the trailer will get activated again. It doesn't mean that, it still could make more. It might go up to 1,000 and then come back halfway. 500 will make 500. All right, so the trailer's been activated, but we could take the money. So I want to show you. I'm going to do it. It's probably not the right thing to do, but I'm going to take it. I took it. Now the machine doesn't know that I took it. All right? It doesn't know that I did that. The strategy. So we might see on the screen the activation of the trailer, but we happen to know this. Now, the best protocol is, which we teach in Q School, when you intervene with a strategy, and even TradeStation wants you to do this, is to go to the chart that's running the strategy, deactivate the program, and turn it back on again. But we happen to know that this particular program that we wrote, we don't need to do that. We just happen to know that. And I'm actually even hard pressed to why that is, but it's a benefit because it's fairly active, and it's kind of a nuisance to have to go back in, deactivate, and activate. But so this one will, if it'll you will see on the screen the exit one way or the other, but it's flat. We're flat right now. We're not in a position, so it won't do anything other than if it does generate a long, we will go back in, and I didn't turn it off. Okay, so again, this is also, if some of this sounds, kind of, I don't know, complicated, it really isn't. But this is the sort of thing that when you're in Q School, and there it is. So there's the trade, right? So now we're long. Maybe, so I'm not second guessing the strategy. It's doing its thing. Now, okay, so she just reversed course. She took the loss, and she's gonna presumably drop again. We'll see. We're to the good $64. Now we were up, what, 300. Okay, it's your prerogative to have said, okay, I'm done. I turned on at noon. It's 39 minutes in. I just made $350, and I'm done. I'm turning it off, and I'm going to go do something else with my day. And tomorrow you come in, I don't know what you do tomorrow. Maybe you make 200, maybe you make 100, maybe you make, but just learning to be disciplined, patient, moderation, only eat so much, right? Little bit, change your eating habits, and then at the end of the month, you won't remember any of these trades. In a couple of days, you won't remember a single one. And you will be bored out of your mind. But at the end of the month, hopefully you have, if you've averaged $100, you'll have an extra $2,000 in your account. If you average 300, you'll have $6,000. Oh, you'll have something to show for it. We'll stay with it here. We're still well under our thresholds. Our daily, our session profit total is, if we hit $2,000, she's going to stop, right? That would be plenty. And if she loses $1,000, she's going to stop. Now I may make adjustments. I may, but in the meantime, we haven't even come close to either. Now I chose to do this one because it's pretty active, right? And so when we're together on YouTube, for only, an hour, hour and a half, the time we're here, I wanted to show something that's fairly active. Right? Gives us, okay, so now she just reversed course, and she is now long, and we're now down 273. So it is what it is. Let's see how we do. Okay, I just scalped that. Probably the wrong thing to do. I was going to try to pick up 100 there. Um, I'm just watching it, and it's probably gonna go the other way. It's probably gonna break out and go up because I took it off, right? But it appears to me that we're stalling up here, right? I've been watching this with you. Like, man, this bitch don't want to get above that, right? Now she might shoot up here, and I will have done the wrong thing. But but I was also down a little bit, and I thought, you know what? I don't like, she's not clearing. She's not clearing. And so I can see this, remember we had this the other day, this consolidation in here, and it's like, well, and I think there's a danger on either side, but I think there's a more of a danger that she reverses and breaks this level and craps out. So I'm a little more impatient up here with the long side. Probably going to be the wrong one, right? Oh, looks like I've left some money on the table. We'll be able to go in and look at the strategy world to see how much more it would have been up. It would have been up probably another 100 or so. But if she shoots up here, yeah, I'm going to be like, I should have left it alone. But that's the life of a trader. Um, but that's why I did it, right? Just trying to have a little thing, keep this thing. I don't want to go down. Same thing on the golf course, right? I don't want to have like triple bogey, triple bogey, triple bogey, and then put myself down. You kind of like want to, keep stay within, parameters, right? So you have room to recover. Now, and like I say, this is a fairly active little program. It's not fairly active. It is active. The earlier one is less active, and so we're going to get much bigger payouts. This one's probably not going to give us, huge, necessarily huge payouts. I can see, although I'm not in the trade, I can see the strategy is recording what it's doing, and it's up like 250. So yeah, so I didn't, I was a little premature on that. Okay, so there it is. She's breaking out, right? We're not in it. We're not in it. And how much would we be up? A dog sleeping or dreaming in the background. Let me go get a view. Oops. That position is up 490, 465. I'm not in it because I came out. That's I'm now up 500. Now she's above all that, all this. Anybody that short down in here is now, getting tossed out. But we'll see if it rejects it. Even though I'm not in it, I'm not going to beat myself up. It's just one machine trade, no big deal. But I still think that if it reverses here, we could still do, all of that and then some, right? So even, I would have been taking profit up here one way or the other. Me. Okay, sharp reversal there. Okay, and she took a hit on it. Let's see if she can propel up. She took the short, sharply reversed, and clipped us. So at this point, I'm an hour into the trading. My threshold is a point, $1,000. Now I'm more than 50% of that, so it's got my attention, and so we'll see if we can get another punch up. And what I'd like to be able to do at this point, I'd like to be able to clean at least some of that off. So don't be surprised if I do intervene. I'll let you know. And let's see if we can get another run up here. Okay, I chose to take a piece of it here. Again, I know where I am. I'm thinking, hey, we're above that resistance of all this here. Could shoot up, but I don't want to, get too close to my threshold here. So I'll keep an eye on it. We'll see if we get another opportunity here. But so I'm playing a little, Katie by the door. I'm a little bit more guarded than I was if I started out. That's me. Could be the wrong approach. Could be the but and you will have done this so many times. I don't even think about it. It is what it is. Could have done this. Could have done that. I don't look at it. The trade is gone. It is what it is. Like fishing. But instinctually, I kind of know where I am, and I still think there's more of a risk still to the downside here, and I don't want to put myself in a bad spot. So that trade is up. If I hadn't taken it off, we can play that game. Let's go look. Yeah, it's up 220 again. It's up 220. We only made like $70 or so, if that. Okay, you can see the trailer went off, right? There was a trailer there, and so we were hitting those trailers. Would have made a little bit of money. The high water mark there, and even the trailer is probably a little too conservative. But let's go and look how much that trade is up. Oh well, it came out. Yeah, so the trailer is cleared it off, but. Okay, so I stepped out for a moment. We took another hit on these dips. So I do need to. I want to make sure that we try to stay underneath that threshold. Otherwise, I got to adjust the threshold, and I really don't want to do that. Um, so let's see if we just knock it down a little bit. Okay, so I'm definitely going to be a little more aggressive up here, and I still think we can work it off. But now the account is programmed that if I lose $1,000, if it's over 1,000, 1,010, 1,050, then she'll just stop trading, and then I got to make, I got to adjust, right? So, um, let's see here. Yeah. So we are down 744. The machine, if I had left it entirely alone, had not done anything, it would be down 255, right? So I haven't helped that cause much, but that's where it would be. It would be down 255 for now. Okay, that triggered a trailer, knocked down our losses a little bit. That wasn't me, that was the trailer. Again, this isn't the most sophisticated strategy. It isn't. It isn't. And for short periods in a market that we know to be volatile, generally speaking, we'll have an opportunity to be able to quit with a profit. Right now, we haven't had much opportunity. We have, I mean, we certainly had early on, and but we wanted to give you a view, so we'll continue. And but the program, as we showed it earlier, you can. We have it set so that if it makes 2 grand, it'll shut off. If it loses a grand, it will shut off. Um, it also has trade counters. We didn't turn those on. It has a profit target in there on an individual trade. I think it's set at about a grand. And it has a percent trailer. If it runs up, hits a minimum of 300, then if it comes back, if the position comes back 50%, it'll tag us out. And that's exactly what's been going on. We're down 596. If we intervened a couple of times, a few times, if we hadn't intervened, where would we be? Mm, we would actually be down 425, 425. So, we haven't helped ourselves. We haven't hurt ourselves too bad, but the machine would actually be down 425. Okay, you can see we're not in it because we got trailed out. We'll probably catch a bounce here. I'll be aggressive in taking the profit now, because she's gone into a definitive short term, but she's gone into a definitive downtrend here. Those trailers can hurt you sometimes, because they're just playing a little too conservative. But we got a chance to see them, and see if we get a bounce, get a chance to make a couple of shekels, reduce our position, or reduce our drawdown on the account. It would make sense that it would bounce here. This is where she broke out, but that's what I was concerned with. If you were long up here and you hold on, then they just clean you out, right? And it's just machines, right? It's all machines. They just push and push and push to find buyers, and then they push and push and push to find sellers. And they get air pockets, down we go. This is a micro silver. We're running an aggressive little scalping strategy. We haven't set the world on fire. For the week, we're good about 16 grand. We weren't trading this strategy. We weren't. This is the first time that we did it today. We just thought we just didn't want to do too much damage. Thought if we could add a little icing to the cake, I still think that we might be able to. So we thought we'd give you a chance to see it. Okay, so there's the machine taking a long. Now I'll probably be aggressive here if I can get, a little bit in our pocket. Let's see if we get a pop back up. We might come back up into this area up here. It would be decent if we could. Um, we'll see. Okay, you saw that I took that, and because we're going back up into the teeth of it, so we're knocking the dry down. Now I'm going to go back into the strategy, and I'm going to make an adjustment for what I'm seeing. So let's go in and do that together. I'm going to make this adjustment. So I think it's the trailer that's hurt us a little bit, right? So let's go get that trailer. Here it is here. Um, Trailer set at 3. Let's set it at 5, which would be $500. Oops, excuse me. $500, and if she trails 50% back, um, would you like to disable? No. So we're going to widen out that trailer. Again, we've been running fully auto timer since noon, hour and a half. We're down 493.80. No big deal. We had an opportunity to be up 2 or 300 at the beginning, the very early beginning. And if you do this, whatever it is you're doing, you'll get to know that market really, really well. You'll get to know that program really, really well. You'll get to know everything really, really well, including your own trading and trading style. One of the things that I could even still improve upon is, and it's really just an appetite for risk. Um, Susan's really, really good at this. If Susan gets herself up, on a given account or given day, she really will, bring it to a stop. Right? She'll just stop. She'll go find something else, and I think that's a good, if you like scalping and you like getting in, um, I'll stay with something sometimes a little bit longer than maybe I should, but that's not. And other days, there's not a hard lesson there. I don't feel that there is. It's still a little bit of an art form, um, but we're still well underneath. The machine will turn herself off. And I do think that this looks like it wants to come down. We're in a downtrend here. It's saying just, a little bit of a rip. If we can trigger this, get another break, if that trailer can stay out of my way, I think we could clean up that dry down, get in the house with a profit, and we'd call it a day. That would be the plan. Let's see if we get it. Okay, I reset and the machine did not order. So that is an anomaly. Why didn't that order there? I don't see it. So we may have missed it by a tick. I still think it'll come in. Let's give it a moment. It's just off by a tick. We did not get the order did not go into the account. It did on this screen. On the screen that I'm running, it must have missed it by a tick. Ah, I know what's happened. Okay. Um, shoot. I know it's happened. She's ordering there. Um, when I reset the trailer, when I reset the trailer, she then filled her performance with historical data, and that exceeded the profit. Historically speaking, it didn't real time, and then she shut herself off. So what I need to do, I'm going to need to I've got to restart the clock. So let me show you what I've got to do. It's kind of a nuance that we will go into greater detail um, when the person's in Q school. But so let's set this. It is at 13:35. So I gotta fool it and reset the clock. That's what I got to do. So and then we should be good. Would you like to disable? No. Okay. So she should restart. Um, I won't take the time to do it here on this screen, but she should get herself in sync here in a moment on the next trade. If you're using trailing stops, even whether it be point and figure, Renko, or even time bars, trailing stops can um, they can get in your way a little bit, and then also historically they can distort the performance. You should be aware of that. We will go in Q School. We explain all that, make sure the person understands that, and that's going to be the case on anybody's platform, Ninja, anybody. Um, so when I reset that trailer, it triggered the historical profit, and then it was keeping it from trading. So I just reset the clock, and we should be good to go here in a moment or two. Now this does look to my eye like that I don't think we'll get back up there. That'd be my guess. And as we wedge back up, if we can get another reversal down, we could get another significant break. That's my view, but I'm not going to trade my view. We're going to let the machine do it. Okay, folks, and we got this short, so the program is back up. Now the trailer may show here because I didn't change it here. It may show it triggering. We're not running the strategy specifically from this one. We got it on another screen. So that the trailer on the screen that's actually running the money, we widened it, we slowed it down. We brought the profit target up from 300 to 500. So this one has a $300 threshold with a 50% trailer. The actual strategy, we modified it to get us up 500 and trail 50. So that if we get a nice fat runner like this, the idea would be, and if we get it here, which looks like we might, looks good to my eye. I don't know about you guys, but it looks good to my eye, that we would capture a nice big fat one, and then we could clean up that draw, and we could probably call it a day. Been rather slow, but we'll see. We'll keep you posted. Okay, everyone, we're going to finish with a bogey. I'm going to turn the strategy off. I actually didn't calibrate to the final profit for it to stop, but we'll stop it now. I'm not going to go any further, and I won't be able to work it off. Next week will be another week. We finished net 15 grand. So let me go do this. And we just turn it off. Disable. And close. Close the trade. Close. Oh, there it is. Close position. It's already closed. And what I'll do is we'll let everyone watch swing. And let me clear this for you. Well, I guess we'll leave it well enough alone here. I'll just erase this because we're no longer running. I'm gonna step out, and we'll try to be back later this afternoon. And next week be very very difficult. Middle part of the day, so it could be somewhere. It'll be hard to say next week, but we hope everyone had a good weekend, and let us know. Be sure to visit stockmarketcaddy.com. Let us know how we might be able to help you. And you're always welcome to call 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. at 813-758-8263. Have a great weekend, everyone. We'll let you watch into the close. Well, for anyone that still might be here, I took a shot and on the dark side. It's a mechanical trade, and it has a break even on it. I feel it does. Let me make sure so we don't add to our pain here this afternoon. And I did this mechanically, and we have a target. And let's see if we can clean this up. Yeah, I need to get this on. Make sure that we don't add to our loss. We won't. We're guaranteed a free trade, and we just might have a shot. Yeah, we got time. I'm gonna just push this down just for a positive outlier that could potentially clean that drawdown up and put a profit in. We'll see. It's a long shot, and at minimum, we're going to finish with a decent week. So I hope you did too. I want to thank everyone that's maybe in the room still and or who has passed by, who might pass by. We're always appreciative for those folks that stop by, the like buttons, the retweets, the questions, and pretty good bounce. I don't think it's going to amount to much. I really don't. For those that are daily swing traders, I think come Tuesday afternoon we could be right back down the other side, and I think it was just an option gamma squeeze here going in for Friday, and they kind of clear the deck. We could be right back down the other side on a lot of this stuff, primarily the ES, the NQ. That's what we're thinking. I think gold and silver still got more pressure to go, and I think Bitcoin isn't going any place really to speak of. And that's always the challenge, right? As a swing trader or as an investor, market doesn't go anywhere. You're not going to make any money. The buy and hodl isn't going to make it. If you learn the skills of trading, not every trade is going to be profitable. Not every trading session is going to be profitable. But we're going to teach you the skill set, hopefully, and give you the scorecards of the metrics that you need to track. So on our account basis, to give you an idea, we don't have the final math on this, but we had a high watermark of about 63, 64,000 with a real good shot to punching it up, but it didn't happen. So we're going to finish more or less at around 55, 56, maybe a little bit more. We still got another 20, 30 minutes to go. And our profit factor was just underneath 2. We didn't set the world on fire by any means, but profitable. Sets us up to do it again, and that's all we want to do. I wish everyone the best, and I will try to stop in and see you before we finish here, and maybe we get a chance to clean that up. Be a bit of a moral victory here. Hate to finish the last hole with a double bogey or bogey. Okay, everyone, the markets will still be jockeying for another 15 minutes or so, and then they close for 15. Then the banks square away positions and officially wrap it up at 5. We're wrapping it up now. We're done for the week. Um, good week for this one market. Um, could have been, should have been much better. It's always the case. It's always the case. So when you're leaving money on the table, you know you're trading well. So we're not going to begrudge it, and we wish everyone a great weekend. And we'll catch you in the markets.